Good morning, folks. If you are the proud owner of a black Toyota Camry with a handicap license plate sticker EHV 1087, that's a black Camry with a handicap license plate sticker, handicap sticker with a license plate of EHV 1087. You are parked in our neighbor's parking lot, and they will be more than happy to tow your car away because they don't want it on their property. The black Toyota Camry, if you have a Camry that's black with a handicap sticker in the window with a license plate EHV 1087, our neighbors are going to have your car towed away and possibly destroyed. Please go move it now.
Good morning. Are you ready to get started? It has begun. You have boarded the plane. I don't know what it took for you to get here. I don't know what you had to overcome. I don't know what cost you paid. But you are here. That makes you the exception, because do you know how many people didn't make it here? So feel good that you are the exception. You are the winner who made it here. But we have boarded this plane and we are going somewhere. How many of you came here needing something, needing to go somewhere more, wanting something more? Well, you are in a great place at a great time with some of the best people in the world. Andy and Jane are absolute geniuses. I've never known anybody in my life that can create so much opportunity. And I'm one of the very, very lucky ones who's known them since I was 19 years old. And I'm now 42. I'll throw that out there. I don't really care. I want you to understand that it's been a long time that I've known these people. And you don't meet many people in your life that make your life better when you've known them for 20 some odd years in the way that Andy and Jane make your life better. So you are now the lucky ones because you have now entered into this opportunity of a lifetime, being led by the most tremendous leaders. Andy is complete genius. Jane she is the ultimate friend. She always knows how to be there when you need her to be there. And she's been there for me every single time I've needed her. In the last, I can't even do the math, 23 years, I guess now. So, you guys are in for a treat this morning. There is a table full of ladies who are the best at what we do. So these voices that you're about to hear are going to have the greatest impact on what you're going to do different to create a different result when you get home. So get your notepads out and listen up. I am going to kick us off this morning. We're going to get this journey started with some prayer this morning. For those of you that love God and claim Jesus, we pray with you. But for those of you that don't feel that same connection, know that it's the greatest honor that we cover you and we bless you with what we hold most dear and what we value. So let me pray this morning and with you. And dear God, I just pray and ask this morning for your presence to be here and you to speak individually to each one of these ladies and exactly what they need in a way that only you can do, so that everyone leaves here positioned for growth and increase, that they're positioned, Lord, for their lives to be better because they heard from you today. And we just pray all these things. I pray for these ladies that you would just calm their nerves, give them the words, and we just thank you that you'll answer every single one of these prayers. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Well, our first stop and destination this morning is really, you are starting off with a bang. I just have the most deepest admiration and respect for this woman. She continually pushes on. She's a mom of 4 kids, a champion in this business, an absolute champion in this business. So please listen. Take hold of what she is telling you because she is giving you gold. I welcome up Noel Leovic.
Oh my gosh. All right. Sit down. Oh, what does it mean to be on a winning team to you? Were you ever like me, like you were the last one picked for basketball or baseball or soccer or swimming or you name it? But if you're the last one picked, are you really picked? No, you're just kind of taking, okay, no, I'll take you. I just wanted to be picked, right? I wanted to be chosen. Well, let me tell you something. You all are picked. You're chosen. You're chosen to be here. And some of you are like, I'm brand new. I have no idea why I'm here. I was taken here. I actually got taken here. Well, I believe that everybody and everything happens for a reason. And not everybody that was picked and chosen came. They might have been picked and then decided not to play. but you were picked, chosen, taken, and given the opportunity to play. So let's play. What do you say? Game on, right? Here's the thing, and Andy told me this a while ago, and I remembered it. We were sitting in the back of the room and standing against the wall, and it was in Columbus, Ohio, for those that are in Ohio. Nice and warm, yeah. It's warm here, too. And he said, God uses people. And he said, I am people. And he turned to me and he said, you are people. And that stuck with me. Because he does use people. And he uses broken people. And he uses you where you are. And it's your choice to play. What do you say? You can write this one down, okay? Make sure you write this one down. Wake up! Wake up! Now is the time to play. Now, no matter where you are in life, no matter what's going on for you, now is the time to play. You're picked today. You are picked today. Whatever's going on, I promise you, now's the time, because tick-tock, like Andy said. Tick-tock. You know, we have a start date. It's called your birthday. We have an end date somewhere way over there in the future. And in between, we get a dash. Birth date, dash, end date. You know what we do a lot of times is we celebrate on our birthdays. Yay! Party time! Happy birthday, everyone whose birthday is today or this weekend. I would sing for you, but we ain't got time for that. Nobody wants to hear it anyway. And sometimes we celebrate on our end dates, right? Hopefully you're celebrating. How about we celebrate right now on the dash? How about we tick-tock, take the time, take our minutes right now and celebrate now? It's very clear to me that my TikToks are no longer, are tick-and-tocking on top of me. Is that? Anyway. Most of us spend our time worrying and planning and thinking and trying to predict all the what-ifs. Trying to control everything, everybody, and then we miss out on the good parts. What are the good parts? What is right now? Those are the good parts. It's happening now, and it's not always easy, and it's not supposed to be easy. Good times, bad times, winning times, failing times, it's all part of it. It's part of being on the team. It's part of being picked, chosen, the alliance team. This is your time. Step up. Get out there. If God uses people and we are people, there aren't any non-people out there, are there? Then own it. Own it. Own all of it. All the good, all the bad, all the struggles, all the frustrations. Own them now, okay? Get over it now. You're not alone in your owning it. You're not alone unless you choose to be. And sometimes when people are on a team, they choose to be alone. And I'm like, but you have the team here for you. The team is something that raises you up and makes you who you are. When you look around the room, what do you see today? No aliens. Okay, good. You see people who raise you up and lift you up if you let them to. I have people in this room that have lifted me. Be a lifter of people. That's what the alliance makes you. it enhances you. These people make you do that because I want to be better when I'm with them. I've said this before that, you know, I don't always want to go. I don't always want to make phone calls. I don't always want to travel. But I'm better when I go. I'm better when I do. And these people make me want to do. Andy and Jane make me want to do. You know, I'm on a stage again. They let me up here. You know, it's a lot. Some of you do have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm actually going to cover that a little bit later, but it's not quite as tall as before. But anyway, they have security and perimeters now, so we're all good. But I was lifted up. I've been lifted up in prayer a lot this year. And I felt love a lot this year. And what a team means to me is that word, love. Love conquers all, and a team that love can conquer anything. And that's what the Alliance does. In your ups and your downs, they pick up where you leave off. For those that are wondering, yes, I fell off a stage, hit my head, and almost killed myself. Okay. But the team was there for me the whole time. Okay, so recently, I've been down a lot. Recently, I've been down a lot. I have not been giving my all. So back in December 9th of 2012. So for some of you guys that don't know, maybe you don't know, I was born on Christmas Day, and hence the name Noel. I mean, you know, whatever. And when I was born, my dad said, and I told Jane this, my dad said to my mom, "Thank you for the best Christmas present I ever got." And that was the only time he ever said it, so, you know. After that, he was... What do we get ourselves into? But I was there because of the Alliance, because of what we've built, because of this team, because of being able to be there. I was there when my mom and dad had their last kiss. And that was December 9th, 2012. And I was there because I was able to be there because of this team. And I was able to help my mom because she was in a wheelchair at the time, and no one else was there to help her. And it's pretty cool that the Alliance gave that to me. And how do I pay that back? And I kept thinking, how do I ever pay that back? And I've been down a lot since November because my mom fell, and she was in a rehab for a while, and there were up and downs, and we thought she was getting better and she was doing better, and it turns out she wasn't doing as good as we thought. So I was praying by her bed, and I was the only one in the room, and I was praying out loud. The whole time before that, I was praying in my mind, you know. I was like, because there were people around, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to offend anyone, but I don't know why I would think that. And anyway, I think a lot of thoughts. But I was like, since I'm the only one here, I'm going to pray aloud. And my mom knew what was going on up until that point, but she had something called primary lateral sclerosis, which affects your communication. It's a neurological neuron motor disease or whatever. It's like ALS, but it's not fatal, okay? But it affects your communication, and she couldn't talk at that point, but she knew what was going on. And she had been asleep for a while, and or not asleep or whatever, I don't know. But her eyes weren't open. But I was praying, and I got done praying, and I looked up at her, and her eyes were open. And she was looking at me. And and I said, "Hey, Mom, I'm here, Mom. I love you. It's okay. You're going to be okay. You're not alone." And just as I said that, she took her last breath. And I looked up at the nurse and I said, "She heard me, right?" And the nurse said, "She heard you. The hearing is one of the last things to go." And it was a gift for me to be there with her. It was a gift. And it was a gift that God gave me. It was a gift the Alliance gave me. And how do I ever repay that back? How do I ever repay back the time? The tick-tock. So we were really fast, because that happened on December 21st of this year, and we were like, should we do it before? Should we have the thing before Christmas or after Christmas or whatever? And we're like, let's do it as fast as we can. So we planned our memorial service for Sunday, December 23rd. And Jane texted me and she said, "I'm coming to get my hug." And she and Andy and Adam and Beth flew from North Carolina to Ohio for a couple hours to give me a hug. And how do I repay that back? I hope you get that. I hope you get that. That's how I repay that back. Tick-tock, tick-tock. How do I deserve a love like that? Give it back. I love you all. I need to introduce one of my dear friends, and she's got so many stories and so much heart and such a voice. And her smile and her demeanor and her spirit is a warming presence. And if you don't know her, please get to know her while you're here. Please let me introduce Miss Carrie Williams.
Wow. Was that amazing? And I have to follow that. Okay. Guys, we actually have a little activity. Big surprise. It's going to be a quick activity. But first off, I want to tell you how humbling this is to be up here, and an honor. I want to thank Andy and Jane. But to be in front of all of you is life-changing for me, because I'm about to fall off the stage myself. I'm so nervous. No, I'm not. I'm not nervous. I'm going to talk it into existence. I am not nervous. All right. My hope for all of you today is that you can get at least one thing that will help you, better you, or give you hope for what's being said here today, okay? Can you do that? Get one thing, guys. So here's what we're going to do. And we have to be quick because my time got cut by 5 minutes. All right. When I tell you to stand up, please stand up. We're going to do it quietly, and then I'm going to tell you something very important. Then we're going to have a huge clapping where we blow those men out next door. And then we're going to quickly sit down because I really don't have a lot of time. All right. So here we go. If you are the supporting spouse or significant other of a warrior who is running business or recruiting here at the Alliance, please stand up. Everybody look around. Okay. If you are the warrior, like I'm the warrior, I go out and run business and recruit. But if you are the warrior who is out in the field running business or recruiting, please stand up. Stay standing, by the way, the ones that I've asked to stand, all of you. You know who you are. If you are, now this is a good one, a woman, a mother, a sister, an aunt, a grandmother, a daughter. If you are in this room and you're a lady, please stand up. All right, here's what I want to tell you. You all count and matter here at the Alliance, okay? And we are so glad you made it here because a lot didn't. So you are special. Each one of you have a talent, and I want you to know that. Thank you. Let's let them hear it over here for all these ladies. Okay, you guys can all sit down now. I saw a really cool ad for a university that did that, and I thought, I got to do that. So, see, I'm still copying. You know, Andy says it all the time, and you'll have to bear with me. I have notes because you guys are like intimidating. You're so gorgeous and beautiful and talented. Andy says it all the time. We're either coming into something, we're either in something, see how I'm stirring that pot, or we're about to come out of it. And I was asked to talk about how do I keep going when life comes at me? Yeah, here we go. I'm going to go back in time. This is February 27th, 2012. I had been with the Alliance just under 2 years. My son, Daniel, is 15. He was a sophomore at Chardon High School. And that morning, he witnessed 10 feet in front of him, oh Lord, a boy shoot 4 of his schoolmates, killing 3 and paralyzing the 4th. He was also shut out of 2 classrooms trying to find refuge. He finally found a classroom with his angel teacher, Mrs. Butala, who he sees every time he comes home, by the way. But it wasn't over, guys. The SWAT team was going room by room because there was a rumor there was a second shooter. And my son was alone with the teacher. It's called a lone citizen. SWAT team wear all black, fatigues, and they have assault rifles. They came into the classroom, 4 of them held rifles on my son, and asked the teacher to walk out. 15-year-old. Now, I don't fault them for what they had to do. It was extreme circumstances. But guess what? Our world was turned upside down. Now, I could have gone home, curled up in a corner, told him, I'm going to homeschool you. But I told him, no, we're not going to let that shooter win. Okay? So, I needed to be there for him and my family and the families we serve at the Alliance. So instead of doing that, I got up early every morning, went down to my in-home office, and he would sit in the chair across from me and unload. He would tell me his horror dreams, his friends that were trying to commit suicide. And then I would go out and work 8 hours, and when he got home, I was there. And he usually brought 2 to 4 kids home with him because, you see, in February, you don't have vacation time, and this isn't a sick time thing. They were told him, your kids weren't hurt. Get to work. No, they were terrorized, and I had them at my house. And you know why I was able to do this? I didn't have a job. I worked at the Alliance, and I could make my schedule happen. All right? You can too. Ladies, remember, activity solves everything. It keeps your mind going from those dark places, and you can go out and help your family, your agents, your clients. Be active and don't dwell in what's going on. We have no control over it. My mother's 89. She's had 2 brain bleeds. She survived them, but now her crazy roommate, there's always a crazy, is being investigated by Adult Protective Services for undue influence. She's taken her money. She won't let me see her. The police were called to the hospital. Not on me. They took her. My point is, guys, last night we got a call that our basement flooded. Hello? Life happens. I'm still here. And guess what? My mom was in the hospital from September 27th to the 15th of November, fell 2 times from November 29th to December 12th. And during that time, I paid $20,000 in October and $18,000 in November. And I'm not telling you that to brag. I'm telling you that because guess what? If I sit in a corner, I can't help myself, my family, or those families out there. Each one of you, you can't control it. You can't control other people. You can't control other situations. Give it to God. Okay? He'll take it for you. I got cut on my time, so let's see how many of these pages I can throw away here. Oh, wait, there it is. What I'm trying to tell you is if I can make it through this craziness, I know you can handle what's coming at you. So please hear me again. And if you don't believe in God, give it to the higher power, give it to whatever, but give it to God. He'll take care of it for you because you cannot control other people and situations. Yes. So I want to thank you. I want to tell you that we're here for you. Like Andy says, get to know these people before you need them. They'll give you their phone number. You know why I had you stand up? Look around you. Go introduce yourself. Get a phone number. Maybe you can pair up and know each other. Why does Andy want you on the trips? To make friends. I have people all over the United States, right? Hi, guys. So get on the trip, guys. You can all do it. We want you there. We want to become friends. We want to meet you here. Come see us before it's too late. I appreciate your time, and thank you. I love y'all. Oh, I have to introduce someone. Sorry. And she's awful special. We have cultural leaders here, and Tim and Gay Goad, and Gay and Tim Goad, and their family are pretty amazing. You'll see them later on stage. But Gay always delivers the most amazing, amazing talks. So please help me welcome Gay Goad up.
Wow. I'm going to borrow a couple of her papers and just start right there. How's everybody doing? Woohoo! You're so sweet. Love you. So, I'm glad I brought my glasses. I had a feeling the lighting was going to be interesting. I'm so excited. I want to talk to you for a few minutes, and I mean few, about the key to hanging in there. The key to hanging in there. When I looked up hanging in there on Google, good old Google, it said, it's an expression of encouragement to persist or stay calm in a challenging situation. And then it said, be patient. Things will work out. Well, I don't know. You tell me. Sometimes when you're going through H, and somebody walks up and they put their arm around you and they go, baby, just hang in there. You just want to go, you know what? You hang in there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear that. Go tell somebody else that. I'm not happy right now. I'm miserable. I'm in pain. Take your hang in there somewhere else. And we don't want to hear it. But the bottom line is guess what? We need to hang in there. We need to grab that rope and make sure we are not going anywhere. Make sure that we are not going to quit. I want you to write this down. Because pain and hurt are temporary, but giving up is what makes it permanent. Pain and hurt are temporary, but giving up is what makes it permanent. So I want to talk 2 points. Had 3, going to talk on 2. Number 1, what do we do when we're hanging in there? The first thing is we need to adjust the knot to accommodate our moment. I'm going to explain that. We need to adjust the knot to accommodate our moment. What does that mean? Every rope you're hanging on to has a knot at the end, right? Ever seen those pictures of the cat hanging in there and all those things hanging in there? But the problem is sometimes is in that moment, you need to be in that moment, but you want to grab the knot right away and hang in there instead of living in that moment. So what I want you to do is instead of grabbing that knot right away, adjust it to where you are and don't grab it quite yet. Because see, a moment will never be beneficial to you until you acknowledge that it's a moment. And once you acknowledge that it's a moment, it becomes beneficial to you. Every one of you are going to have a moment this weekend. Every one of you are going to have lots of moments. But if you don't acknowledge that it's a moment, it will never do anything for you. It will never change you. If you're going to do missionary listening, you know what that is? When someone's talking and you're listening for somebody else, hoping it'll change their life. That's called missionary listening. What you got to understand is that you have been given a moment, and you've got to make that moment count. And if most of us go and grab the knot too soon and just go, I'm just going to hang in there. I'm just going to hang in there because I just can't do this anymore, and I'm just going to hang. No, you need to make sure that you take that moment. You need to embrace that moment. You need to make that moment count because that moment is going to do something for you. And you got to make sure that you don't ignore it. Have you ever cursed your moment? I have. I'm the only honest person, Jane, in this entire room. Have you ever cursed your moment? Have you ever said, I can't stand this? Or have you ever said this? Oh, Lord, what am I doing wrong? Because everything's falling apart. Well, guess what? It may be God trying to get your attention and change you, and you need to embrace that moment and quit cursing it. Some of you had a lot of mess happen before you got here. Some of you barely got here. Am I right? Yes. And some of you are going, this makes me so mad. No, I guarantee you it built character in you as you were driving your car here, and it changed you. The only reason every woman in this room is different today than you were a month ago is because something happened in your life that challenged you. Something happened in your life that changed you. So don't grab the knot too quick. And don't be too hasty to say, I just can't do this. I'm just going to have to just hang in there. No. Take your moment and make sure you're learning from it. That was my second point, so go ahead, I'll just throw it in there. Make sure that you are learning from your moment. Make sure you're learning while you hang in there. If you're not learning while you hang in there, you're going to be miserable. You are so going to be miserable. I remember I was in my moment, and I was not happy about a time in my life. And I needed to get a job. And I went to go to get this job, and they said, we need you to be the hostess. And I said, awesome. I can do that. I can say, excuse me, how many are in your party? Hello, that's a no-brainer. This was back in my day when I didn't have any confidence. And so I went in to go to get my job, and the guy said, there's been a change of plans. You're not going to be a hostess anymore. You're going to be a waitress. I said, oh, no, I'm not. And they said, oh, yes, you are. And they handed me the most ugliest polyester outfit with a hat. And they said, you're going to wait tables. I was back in the room putting on this ugly outfit, shaking like a leaf, because I was thinking, are you kidding me? They want me to be a waitress? Well, let me tell you something. I was thrown into this moment, and I wanted to grab the knot, and I didn't have a choice, so I didn't grab the knot. And guess what? I am the best daggone waitress you have ever seen. I promise you. We were at a restaurant the other day, and nobody had checked our tea or anything, and I said, if I was your waitress. Because I would walk by a table and go, they need tea, they need tea. You can tell I'm from North Carolina, everything's tea. And they need tea. And then I would kick the door open, and I'd have everything lined up on a tray, and I was awesome, but I would have never known it if I had not been thrown in there and if I had grabbed the knot too soon. Don't grab the knot too soon. Third point. Got to boogie down here, people. Third point, this is not even going to make sense. You got to release your moment. Listen to this. If you don't first release the rope, you won't be able to hang in there. That doesn't even make sense. What do you mean release the rope? If I'm hanging in there and I let go of the rope, I'm in trouble. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Way too many times we're holding on to the past, and we can't hang in there until we release what was done to us. Until you release that friend that did you wrong. Until you release your mom who didn't do what you thought she should do as a mom. Until you release your dad because he wasn't there. Until you release that agent who did something that really ticked you off. Until you release the person because they were jealous of you, because the last time I looked, every person in this room is gorgeous. And that means somebody's jealous of you. But until you release them, you cannot hang in there. You got to release it. You can't hold on to it. It wasn't there for you to hold on to. It was there for you to learn from. Quit looking back to go forward. It doesn't work. Have you ever tried that? You run into things. I'm begging you, ladies, I'm looking through this room, and I know every one of you represents a story, but you got to let things go. And I want to tell you this story really quick about letting things go. I'm going to try to tell this story about letting things go. Love you. This past Saturday, I lost my father, my daddy. I'm my daddy's little girl. I'm his only little girl. And 3 weeks ago, I went to see him because he's in North Carolina. I'm in Orlando. And I went to see him. And Tim and I, he had gotten really sick and gotten pneumonia, and they put him in the hospital. And I remember when Tim and I went around the corner, and I looked, and I didn't even recognize my father. And I just gasped. And I couldn't do anything but bawl my eyes out because he was not my daddy. And I remember standing and trying to get him to open his eyes and trying to get him to talk. And then Tim finally looked at me and he said, honey, do you want to pray? And I said, I can't even pray. And Tim started praying, and my dad kept trying to talk and acknowledge and tried to open his eyes, and he couldn't. And so finally, as Tim was praying, he was going, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. And I remember thinking to myself, how cool that was. Is that what he reached out to? But this is the part I want to tell you. I wasn't able to be there like Noel when my daddy went home, but my brother was. And this was the thing that hit me. As the nurse came in to give him his bath, my brother was standing there, and she reached down and touched his heart. And she goes, oh, wait a minute, his heart's stopping. She said, but he doesn't want to let go. He doesn't want to let go. And this is what she said. She said, will you please grab his hand and hold it and say to him, Daddy, it's okay. Let go. We'll take care of Mom. It's okay. And the second my brother grabbed his hand and said that, my dad went like that. What I'm trying to let you know is it's okay. I give you permission to let it go. I give you permission to go forward, not backwards. This whole team wants to hold your hand and tell you it's okay. Tell you let go. Tell you to move on. Tell you that you matter. I love you guys. I get to bring up two amazing ladies. My sister, Miss Tamar Roberts, and my other sister, Miss Sam Manic, I always say it wrong, Manichino. Please come up.
Good morning, beautiful Alliance ladies. Oh my gosh, what an honor to be up here. Wow. I'll try to put this right here so you can hear me. My name is Sam Manichino. My husband Paul and I were hired by the awesome Jane and James Hill. That's right, almost 8 years ago. And I'll always know it's 8 years because we have an 8-year-old daughter, Layla, and she was a couple months old when we started in the business. And I'm so proud of that because my daughter gets to grow up in the Alliance. She does. And I'm not going to cry. It's really awesome because watching, like my children grow up, their lives are so much different than mine and Paul's lives were. And I don't mean like we have more money than our parents did. I mean like my kids have a different mindset than we had. Like growing up, whatever, and let's not go backwards, but I see my daughter talking in like abundance and like just like there's no limits on her, and it's just amazing. It's wonderful. So that's what I'm really excited about our topic because our topic is how we support our Pauls. And when I was getting ready for it, I was, I was white sheeting and brainstorming and trying to think of all the things that I do to support Paul. So I was thinking of all the big things and all the little things, and like kind of what I realized is that it's changed a lot over the years. It's fluctuated, and I didn't always know how to support him. But I'm getting better, I'm growing, thanks to the Alliance, but it took a lot of trial and error, you know, it took a lot of consulting with a lot of these women right here. It took a lot of books, a lot of these seminars right here, these women seminars. I'm sorry if I keep taking this thing away, I'm new. But look, see, nobody's perfect, but we're all capable of growing and striving for better and for our best. So my first point, the first way I support Paul is personal growth. So I support him by working on myself, right? Because he deserves the best version of me, yeah? My kids deserve the best version of me. These lovely leaders deserve the best version of me. And I always remember that Andy says, when you hire someone, you give up the right to be average and ordinary, and that's always stuck with me, okay? But to add to that, I think that when you want to get married and when you want to have kids, you also give up the right to be average and ordinary, because they deserve the best. So personal growth, thank you. Thanks, girl. Another way I support Paul is I hold down the home front. Sure, a lot of you out there do that. And this also has changed throughout the years. You know, life happens. Your stages of life fluctuate. So, you know, we came into the business with a little baby, and then, you know, she grew up, started school, we had another baby, and then the other one starts activities. It's just, you know, a crazy whirlwind. But I've always tried to do whatever I can to support him. And sometimes, you know, because he was working so hard, and sometimes it was like not pretty. It was chores at home, it was laundry, it was packing lunches, it was, you know, words of encouragement sometimes if he had a bad day. So it wasn't always pretty, but it was definitely always necessary. And it sounds good, right? But can I just be real for a second? When Paul first started, like I said, we had a little baby. We had a sunroom in our old house with this little curtain that divided the kitchen. And he would go in there and make his dials. And I just didn't really understand what he was doing at first. So I remember, you know, having a 4-month little old baby, being like, oh, here you go, while he's making dials, and just giving him the baby. And he's like, what are you doing? Well, I didn't know. So don't do that, okay? Because it was not good. And I used to get so mad at him, and I feel so bad, but I used to get so mad at him because, you know, he was out there running appointments and doing hot spots and, you know, working so hard for our family, and then he would come home and we would go do family stuff. Like, sounds great, right? No, I was so horrible. I was so mad because I was like, well, I have to do all the disciplining, and I have to take care of this, and I have to do this, and all these, you know, glamorous mommy duties, but like, and I said, I have to put them to bed. And I'll, like, never forget, Paul said, he said, I wish I could be there to put them to bed. Man, that changed my perspective. So we've had hours and hours of conversations, and, you know, nowadays he's like mastered his schedule. So, you know, he schedules the time with us, and he gets to put it in his schedule to take our daughter to her parkour. It's like Ninja Warrior, super fun. But he gets to schedule that time, and the Alliance has given us the freedom to do that, you know? So I'm just so grateful. Okay, and then obviously, so another thing I do to support Paul is I help him in the business, whether that's, you know, helping agents or whatever, paperwork. I know that he'll never hire a staff that'll do as good of a job as I will do. So I'm proud to be his support staff. But it's also fluctuated, like me helping in the business, because, you know, those stages in life with your like little kids and growing up. But I've always had his back. And okay, so sorry, the last thing is the last way that I support Paul, my fourth point here, is I support him by staying positive, right? So this is really important because I really did struggle with this at the beginning when I handed him the baby, and he was like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm taking a shower. So, sorry. But I struggled in the beginning because I come from a family that's not shy to gripe and moan and complain about the weather or politics or the traffic or whatever stuff we can't control, you know? And I love them to death, but I've learned, thanks to the Alliance, that life is just better with a positive attitude. Thank you. So I resist the urge to tell him all the junk. You know, the kid's getting in trouble at school, the dog had an accident in the house and then tracked it all through the house or whatever. Because he doesn't need that junk in his head. And, you know, none of us do, and it never, ever, ever has made me feel better by telling him that junk. So I've learned not to. All right, so ladies, I just want to leave you with this. Nothing great is easy, right? So dig in, relentlessly support your man or your business. The rewards are greater than you know, and they're only getting better. So thank you, Jane Albright and Jane Hill. I love you guys and all you beautiful ladies. Y'all inspire me so much, and it's such an honor to be here. All right, here's the wonderful Miss Tamar Roberts.
Hey, ladies. You know, it's funny. The last few times I've had the honor to speak here, we've gone after gay goat. So it's a lot of pressure. So I'm not going to lie, when we were down there, I said, Sam, I'm kind of glad you're going first. First, I wanted to thank Andy and Jane. I'm very humbled and honored to be up here this morning because my goal today is to reach out and help you ladies. So I hope Sam and I are able to do that. How I support my Paul, or I like to call him Paulie for those of you that know me. In the beginning, 14 years ago, I also did the admin, the recruiting, the mom duty, the setting appointments, and sometimes I got volunteered to set appointments for 5 or 6 other agents. That was part of the perk of coming on with us. That's what you get when you're a Roberts rock star. Meanwhile, we're having cars, as my husband likes to say, cars getting stolen, the bills piling up, me trying to figure out how to tell my dad the cars got stolen. But Paul and I kept working. He was out in the field where I was trying to manage that. And through that, though, I started to learn how to think long term. Like Andy was saying last night, we've got to think long term. And trust me, ladies, I haven't always been a long term thinker. It's funny that what Gay was talking about, because I kind of said, hey, you're taking some of my topic. Because I was very much hanging on. Hanging on. I wanted to tell everybody, oh my gosh, this is what's going on with me. And, but, Paul has always been a long-term thinker. Short term will kill you. If y'all stay in the short term, it'll kill you. Pain is temporary. I know in the moment right now, you may think, yeah, whatever, you don't know. I said that exact same when people told me it, but pain is temporary. You've got to have faith in the vision. And if you do, you not only have the vision, but you have to have faith. Because once you have faith in the vision, your fear is gone. You're so focused on and excited about what's fixing to come that your fear is actually gone. It's funny. I was thinking about this on the way here, saying that, your pain is gone, what you're focused on the future. Me learning that long-term vision has really paid off. And just lately, in the past, probably since September, seems to have really paid off in abundance for the Roberts family. I got my new house. And, with all women, we want things a certain way. And so, of course, before we were moving boxes, and I had painters in there painting every cabinet in my house white. We have a beautiful house, amazing wood floors everywhere, but, I still wanted something a little extra. And so, Paul leaves the house, leaves to go do some hot spots, and he's always coming back to a different change. And I actually got to hire a handyman. He got a little offended at first, because And I said, well, babe, you don't have time to be very handy. Like, so, so he was like, should I be worried? Is this guy cute? Because lately he has been at the house a lot. We're also, we just celebrated right before Christmas. We signed the paperwork. We're getting the pool. We have been talking about a pool since 2005. And we got that pool. I think Paul's going to show a picture of it, of what it's going to be. But I'm just so excited. It's really cool. I don't know if you guys know, but they come take pictures of your yard. So when you go look at the design of what you told them they want, you actually get to see the long-term vision of what the pool is going to look like in your yard. So so that's how our long-term vision has started to pay off for me. You guys I just need for you to hang in there, or don't hang in there, let go. Sorry. Have the long-term vision, and it will pay off. We here at the Alliance have a mission, and our mission is prosperity, inspiration, and eternity, and I want you to follow us. You ladies have a great I cannot. I am just doing great. I've wrapped up great, didn't I?
I get to introduce our next speaker, my upline, the amazing, wonderful, one of my favorite people in the world, Miss Jane Hill.
Okay, you guys stop. All right. I just realized there's no timer up here. Why isn't there a timer up here? Oh, okay. I'm Jane. How are you guys? Okay, I'm going to start by reading you a couple of lines from a journal entry. So, all right. So here I am, pulled over on the side of the road, crying again. Why can't I get my life together? Why do I let everything affect me? Why am I doing this? What am I doing with my life? What is the point? What is wrong with me? So I have written this and something like this more times than I care to admit, and more recently than I'm going to care to admit to. So my talk is actually supposed to be how James and I balance each other, and I'm here to tell you we don't. Okay? I don't know who thought of this topic, if it was Miss Jane Albright or not, right? But we don't, okay? There is no such thing, and so we all need to get over it, okay? I can't even balance my own life or my mental state, let alone how James and I balance each other, you know? Oh my God. And apparently it's okay. So, it's okay. So I feel like a hypocrite because, I don't know, most of the time I look at other people, like I look at all of you ladies who are staring at me as I was really trying hard to read that. But I feel like you guys are so capable and so enough, right? And then I look at myself and I feel so incapable and so not enough and just so inadequate. And I feel like it's because I can see all of my dirt. Do you guys ever, you know what I mean? Like you can see all of your dirt. And you guys need to stop looking at your dirt, okay? Because we all have it. And if you think you have more dirt than somebody else, then, aw, aren't you cute? Okay, people think we need balance before we do anything. That if our life isn't right, then it's a reason to not do something or not do anything, right? And it's not a reason. And waiting until you feel balanced, well, that's not going to happen, okay? And you know what? That's okay, right? So I'm asking you to throw out what you think it's supposed to look like, and even what you think it's supposed to feel like, because it's not going to feel like that, and that's okay. So how many of you are married? Are you really wooing right now? How many of you wanted to kill your husband at least one time this morning? All right? Is your marriage exactly what you thought it was going to look like when you got married? No. How many of you do have kids? Right? Okay, I don't. All right. How many of you, does it look exactly like what you thought it was going to look like? No. Yeah. But what we do is we do it anyways, right? Because it's okay. So balance is a funny word for relationships. Like, I don't know who thought of it, and I think they were highly medicated, okay? I'm just saying. We are messy people. Like, people are just messy. We're dirty and we're messy. Okay. I didn't think about all these adjectives when I was writing this out. I don't think that we ever are going to feel like we're enough or that we're balanced, because I don't think that we're ever going to accomplish anything if we try to keep balancing work and family and friends and society. It's not going to work. You may look balanced in your Snapchat, Instagram, filtered, airbrushed, taken 100 times picture, okay? But that's not life. That is a snapshot of your life, right? So if your relationship is messy, welcome to the family, all right? If it's just you and your life is messy, welcome to the freaking family, right? Good. Does it mean that it has to be perfect? No. Does it mean that we even do it right? Oh, God, no, right? But the point is that James and I are trying to do the best that we can every single day, right? We're trying to do what we know is the right thing, when we're supposed to do it, how we're supposed to do it. But God, it is not perfect. Okay, but that's how we balance each other. Everyone needs to come to the table 100%, right? That goes up line, down line, cross line, relationship. It's everyone needs to give 100%. Not like, well, they gave 40%, so I'm going to give 39, right? That's not how it works, okay? So what is balance? What does it look like? So just one quick example is, so in November and December, I think for the first 3 weeks out of each month, I think I spent 3 nights at home, right? So now that's just one thing, but I can tell you every single lady up here can give you an example of their unbalanced or balanced life. But what that meant was that we were not stressed, and so we took a whole week, and Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we just took time to be with friends. We had Friendsgiving, right, Paul and Sam's, and then spent time with family and then with each other, but not stressed out, right? Because balance is not sitting there stressed out about your money. That's also not balance. But you get to decide what balance is, but do not decide what balance is on a bad day, okay? You don't get to do that. Right? Because you don't want to cheat yourself, basically, because that's what that's doing. If you cheat yourself because you're having a bad day or a bad couple of days or a bad week or, right? Then you're going to stop yourself before you have a chance to do anything. And that's not fair to you, and it's not fair to your family or to people around you or to us. It's not fair, all right? So, have you ever heard of Mother Teresa? I am not comparing myself to her, that woman at all, okay? But do you guys know that they found a journal that she wrote, and it describes her insecurities. Like, she doubted if God was real. She doubted her faith. She had so many fears and concerns and all this stuff, but you know what she did? She did it anyways, right? And so all of us are here, and I don't know if she had a system or support. Like, we're so grateful that we have a sisterhood, right? That we can lean on each other and be vulnerable and be transparent and not be judged. And I don't know if she had that, but I'm so grateful that we have that here so we can reach out to each other. So I just want to say, sometimes I feel like balance is, maybe you were this person, or maybe you've interviewed this person. Like, being an entrepreneur is not watching a bunch of motivational YouTube videos. I'm just letting you know that is not grinding it out, okay? It is not. The person who made the video may be grinding it out. You watching it, not so much, okay? You get to be an entrepreneur. You get to have your own business, but you know what that means? It actually means you work harder. but it's more worth it because it's yours. You are building it, right? It's the difference between watching kids for an hour and having them, which is why I don't have them, you nutty people, okay? All right. Stop looking at, I'm grateful that you guys have them because they're cute and I can hold them, but give them back, right? Okay. But stop looking at what society or Instagram or Facebook says is balance, okay? Life is a journey and it's made up of snapshots, but it doesn't mean that one snapshot defines your life. Okay, I don't know how many of you, it's your first conference, but our first conference, if you took a snapshot of that and you told me that was my life, oh my gosh, right? It was a horrible place to be in because it was such a low place. But I just want you to know that that is not the end of your story. It is just part of your journey, okay? So we are human beings and it is messy. You are going to see some incredible highs and recognition, tomorrow night on this stage, like throughout this weekend. But what you're seeing is the recognition of the journey that happened in 2018. The fight that happened in 2018 and the years leading up to it. Sometimes the month-by-month fight, sometimes the week-by-week, sometimes the day-by-day, and sometimes the God bless is second-by-second, right? Where you need to pick yourself off of that floor and make a phone call or take a phone call. That's what that is recognition of. Oh my God, why do you make me talk? Okay, but because if there are these incredible highs, then guess what that also means? There are incredible lows. That is what it means. But it doesn't mean you have to stay there, right? It means that it's there, but it doesn't mean you have to stay there. So, okay, I thought this would be fun since the whole keto thing is happening right now, right? So you've seen, I feel like if you've been here, then you've seen a lot of people like lose weight this past year, right? A lot of people. And our saying, Andy said it last night, it used to be have fun, make money, eat good. And if you've been around the Alliance for any period of time, you saw everybody do this. Like, I'm pretty sure all of us did that, okay? Yeah, to the point, I think 2 men asked me how my baby was doing one year. I was like, oh, that was good, right? But what you see, right, is everyone glammed up and done up here, but you don't see the battle, the decisions that they made every day, right? We get to see the before and after, but you don't see the battle. So all because you don't see your before and after doesn't mean that you're not experiencing it, okay? All right, so it is true that at the end of the year or at the end of our lives, no one ever thinks, I wish I had worked more. I would agree with that. But you know what they do say? They say things like, I'm glad I was able to provide for my family. Right? I'm glad I was able to be there for my family when there was a health issue or a financial issue. I'm glad I was able to provide that. People regret the things that they didn't do, not the things that they did do, to go all out with your life, okay? So I just want to end with put things on your calendar, put things that you're going to do or not do, right? Sometimes you need to put the things that you're not going to do on your calendar and plan it out so that way you can find balance. If you need to take a day, then take a day, but you should plan it, not just because you don't feel like doing it. So this is the day I'm going to take, right? It doesn't work like that. So we're going to try to do the best that we can do every single day when we're supposed to do it. So I hope that you guys get to do it too. Right? I get to bring up a wonderful, amazing woman, and I told her that I was so glad I was talking before her and not after her, because as I go through all of my little pity parties and everything, this woman inspires me. I don't know how much you know that you inspire me, Miss Belle Krause.
How do you really follow that? First of all, I would like to just thank Andy and Jane for their vision and their dream that was big enough to include me and my family and everybody in this room and double everybody in this room. I've never been around anyone that loved so many people so much. I also want to thank Diane Lampy and Penny Wilson for being an example of a successful, beautiful, confident woman and inspiring me to want to be a better version of myself. I know for A lot of you, you don't really know me, and so Andy and Jane did ask me to come up here today and just tell you a little bit about the journey that built me. And I don't know about y'all, but I didn't dream of growing up to be this wonderful, successful, confident insurance lady. Wasn't on my list of things to do. But I didn't start out that way. I started out in a small town in a very poverty-stricken area of southeastern Kentucky. And for those of you not familiar with Kentucky area, there's kind of two regions. That's right. Noel is in a wonderful region of Kentucky. They are known, anybody ever hear of the Kentucky Derby? Very popular. Horse industry, high end. There's the tobacco industry out there. Very strong industry, very robust, very affluent. And then there's the other region of Kentucky that's made up of coal mines and moonshines. Not so affluent, not so glamorous. And that's the side I'm from. So yes, I am a coal miner's daughter. And yes, my daddy ran moonshine, as did my granddaddy and my great-granddaddy and many generations before me. And so when you grow up in an area that is just steeped in that poverty generation after generation after generation, there's a mind shift that occurs. And no one even realizes it happens because it's so subtle, but it is deadly. People go from living in poverty, from not having enough, to poverty living in them. They go from understanding I don't have something to believing they can't have something. And that is a deadly difference in the way of thinking. And that's exactly how I thought for the first 13 years of my life. That I can't have. I'm not like the other people. In fact, when there were successful people around, they were kind of scoffed at. They're bad people. They don't even clean their own house. They don't cut their own grass. Now let's be real for a moment. I don't like cleaning my own house. I don't like cutting my own grass, but for some reason, people who didn't do it themselves were bad people. And I believed that. I believed that until I was 13 years old. And that's the day an Army recruiter came to my school and showed us a video. Showed us a video of a group of people that were excited to work together to accomplish a great adventure as a team. And they said the most cheesy phrase ever known to the military, but changed my life. Be all you can be in the U.S. Army. And in that moment, my life changed. That was the first time in my life I'd ever heard that you could be more, that there was something else out there. And I was hooked. I knew at 13 years old, as soon as I turned 18, I was joining the Army and I was leaving that town. And that's exactly what I did. Now, when I left, I chose a job that is not very traditional, and we call it the University of Bombs and Bullets. And so I became an explosive ordnance disposal technician, and that's just Army speak for the bomb squad. And part of that job required Secret Service support, because we would go on missions with them to help protect the President, the First Lady, foreign dignitaries like the UN Council members, the Pope, the Dalai Lama. Very exciting stuff. In order to do that, I had to have a top secret security clearance. In order to get that, they sent a team of FBI agents back to your hometown. Now remember, we had two industries in my hometown. One of them not so legal. They were not very happy when these teams of FBI agents showed up asking questions. Not only were they not happy, they were very concerned. What did she do? Are they going to arrest her? And after they'd been there a week, they're like, can she just turn herself in so they'll leave? No one had ever seen law enforcement before unless you were in trouble. My dad told me he took several phone calls that week, but he was always filled with pride when he got the chance to tell them, oh no, she's not in trouble. She's going to go work with the President of the United States. That was a big deal where I'm from. During that training, I met a wonderful man. So wonderful that we're about to celebrate our 25th anniversary in April. He is amazing. We got to serve together for 8 years. We did those Secret Service missions. We protected the President and the First Lady. It was during the Clinton years. We had a lot of work to do. They like to travel. They like to travel. We got to serve at the UN. We got to protect the Pope in New York City, the Dalai Lama down in LA. A lot of fun and exciting stuff. We also got to do some other travel, not so fun and exciting. We were sent to the Middle East a couple of times. We were in Kuwait for about 3 months. We were sent to Saudi Arabia for about a month. And there's one particular evening, June 26, 1996. We were in the top floor, 7th floor of our barracks building. Had been a normal day for us. We'd done some cross training with our Air Force counterparts, and long day. We came back, and my husband was sitting in the common area with some friends watching TV. I'd done some laundry, and I'm hanging up laundry in the room, nothing glamorous. But while we're doing this, there's a group of men outside of our building driving a truck packed with 5,000 pounds of explosives. That truck detonated outside of our building. The blast was the equivalent of somewhere between 20,000 and 30,000 pounds of TNT. Caused the front half of the building next to us to collapse, ripped our building apart. I'd been standing one edge of the room, was blown about 15 feet across the room, slammed into the wall, and thrown to the floor. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I woke up, everything was disoriented. It's like a hurricane had happened in that room. The concrete wall was pulled apart, and I could see the rebar in the moonlight coming through. Everything sounded funny, like I was in a tunnel. It was weird. It was like quiet and loud all at the same time. And the first voice I heard was my husband. He was on the other side of the mangled door, calling for me. Took me a minute to respond. I was very disoriented. The blast had blown everything across the room, had blown the window frame right out of the wall. And then the blast overpressure. That's the vacuum created after an explosion. It is refilled with the same force as the explosion. Had sucked the door jambs out of the walls and twisted them. So now there's a couch, a desk, a locker, a twisted door, and a window frame, blocking the only exit from that room. The building is trembling. I don't know if I'm going to get out of there. He's trying to get in. Sorry. We were able to move most of the debris, and I squeeze out of there. We leave the building. 19 of my brothers and sisters in arms died that day. Nearly 500 more were injured. But they didn't win. They didn't win because we still got up and we still kept going, and we always will. We continued to serve for another 5 years after that. And by then we had children, and it was time for me to decide. Was that still all I could be? Because it came a point in my life where I realized anybody could do the job I was doing in the military, but only I could be a mother to my children. And so now being all that I could be meant something more, meant something greater. It meant a legacy. And so I traded my Army stripes for baby wipes, and I became a stay-home mom. And Sam, I have to say, I felt privileged to put my children to bed at night. I felt honored. Now, it wasn't always fun, and it was definitely messy most days. And there were times I had to remind myself, this is a blessing, this is an honor, I prayed for this. But that's where my heart was. My heart was there. And for the next 12 years, I did everything I could in the home, because my husband continued to serve. He deployed 15 more times to combat. I have cried more tears in a shower than most showers produce themselves. Because you don't want your children to see just how close you are to breaking, because they follow and copy you. If you are confident and you are faithful, they will be confident and faithful. And so we brought them up. And then there came a time, we had homeschooled for about 10 years, and we all like to measure ourselves, and sometimes we don't know what stick to use, right? Like, how do I measure this? Am I doing okay? I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's worried, am I being a good enough mom? Am I doing the right things? Are they turning out okay? Because sometimes I wonder the things they do. I'm like, they didn't get that from me, you know. But my son got into college 2 years early, and I thought, well, you know what, that's a pretty good measurement. 2 years early, you know, I was pretty excited about that. Until one night I'm laying in the bed and I'm like, 2 years early. That means I'm done. And I wasn't ready for that. We tell people when we were introduced to the Alliance that we were looking for some supplemental income because my son was ready 2 years early, but the college fund was not ready 2 years early. And so we were looking for additional income to help fill that gap. But to be honest with y'all, it wasn't the income. It was me. Who am I going to be? How will I continue to be more? I was lost. For the first time in my adult life, I didn't know what the next step of being all that I could be means until I found the Alliance. When I showed up here, I saw more than an income. I saw more than an opportunity in business. I saw a chance to be part of something greater still. Each phase of my life was valuable. Each phase was important, but it ain't done. They still haven't won. There is still more to do. And I want to get after it, whether it is business, whether it is relationships, whether it is going to Paris with my friends. So I just want to leave that with y'all. We all have different phases. We all have struggles, but you can still be more. And you are always allowed to redefine what that be more is. You can always rewrite the definition. It's up to you. You just have to decide. You just have to decide. Thank you, ladies, for your time. I have the privilege to introduce Miss Tia Edwards. She is the power behind the Mr. Terry Edwards, the noise in the chocolate thunder. Bring her up, Miss Tia Edwards.
Oh, Lord. Good morning, my Alliance sisters. How are y'all doing this morning? Like, I am so fired up right now to be up here to talk to you or share with you what the Alliance means to me and my family. But first, I have to give thanks to Jane and Andy. I want to thank y'all for loving me and my family. I want to thank you for accepting us as we are. And thank you for being a great example as a wife, a mom, and a good friend. So y'all, I have a really quick question for y'all. Like, have you ever really just sat down and just thought about what the Alliance meant to you? Like, have you ever thought about what it could do for you and your family? Or what it will do for you and your family? Or maybe what it has already done for you and your family? And when I think about it, I think about freedom. And so I did go to Google too, Gay. And the English Oxford Living Dictionary said that freedom is the power is the power or right to act or speak or think as one wants. So freedom, when I think about the Alliance, freedom here is to belong. Alliance is a family that welcomes all of us here, regardless of our background, what side of the railroad track we're from, regardless of our education, regardless of our flaws and our failures, regardless of overcoming depression, regardless of the color of my skin, regardless of my imperfections, the Alliance has welcomed me, and they can welcome you where they welcome you as well. The love here is real. The leadership here is real. So let me slow down just a little bit because I'm a little nervous, but whoa, all right, Noel. So there may be some first timers out here, Sonia, and you may be sitting in the seat that I was sitting in 3.5 years ago. And you may be thinking maybe somebody dragged me here. Not really drag you here, but really I'm gonna just come and just to shut his mouth up. Or, or really, is this really necessary for me to be here today? Or you may be thinking, is this just one of those things? Is this just going to be one of those hype me up weekends and then I'm going to go back and everything's going to be the same old once we get back home? Or really, are those people that's going to be walking across stage, are they really making that much money? Like really? Or did Andy really pay them? Shh. Well, that was me. And trust me, Sonia, I want you to know that I understand. I understand what you're thinking. But I want you to know that we are real. These women, men, we are making the money. And our hearts are pure and genuine. The next thing is the belief, freedom of belief. Can I be honest with y'all for a moment? Can I really be honest? All right. So look, y'all, I wasn't always like this positive, happy, and excited wife about the alliance. I really wasn't. See, Terry, at his first month here, he had deposited over $8,000 into our bank account. And we done other stuff before, other than janitorial. That's probably the only thing that has, made that much money. But other things never made that much money and put in our bank account. So I had told Terry, I said, well, look, Terry, you go head on and you do the alliance, and I'm going to stay at home, and I'm going to take care of the home and the kids. But y'all know God sometimes, I know he always have other plans for us, right? So when I came to my first conference 3.5 years ago, it was this exact seminar that I came to, and I had brought our 3-month-old baby with us. I remember it like it was yesterday, or like it was actually today. I remember seeing Jane Albright. I remember seeing Heather Fitzgerald up here. I remember seeing Tamar Roberts. I remember seeing Beth Cats up here and Holly Davis up here. And they were just up here, y'all, just sharing their story, pouring out their hearts to us, and talking about their vision for their family and for their business. Things that they had overcame. Their role as a business owner, and still while being a faithful wife and a faithful mom. And so what I started seeing, y'all, like I was really negative. I was in a negative spot. I started seeing myself, a little piece of myself in each one of y'all, and y'all have no clue. And so that one seminar, Sonia, that one seminar is what changed my life. It gave me a new outlook like, hey, Tia, you fit in here. You don't have to be, you don't have to pretend. You can be who you are here. So, yeah, some may say, Tia, you must be drinking that Kool-Aid. Oh, that's what they say. You must be drinking that Kool-Aid. Honey, that's why I say, Noel, I am drinking that Kool-Aid. And it tastes doggone good to me, y'all. Anybody else drinking that Kool-Aid out there? That's right. So, y'all get used to me because I ain't going nowhere. I'm here to stay. Me and Terry, we here. I'm coming, y'all. So being a part of this environment has allowed me to grow at my own pace and to come into my own. I am so thankful to Andy and Jane for their belief in me and Terry. Y'all, I remember last September, I had received an email from Amber, and it was to co-host the TWC with Beth Cats. Y'all, I text Jane and I text Andy. I was like, are y'all sure y'all got the right Tia? Now, I was blown away. I was fired up, and I was so nervous. I was like, this country girl, this country girl that was very shy, have fear of public speaking, you want me to co-host with Beth Cats? Y'all, Andy saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. He saw something in me that my family didn't even see in me. He gave me a chance, y'all. And this weekend, my parents are actually watching the kids for us. And so yesterday morning, my mom had cooked breakfast. And she said, Tia, let me ask you something. So why do they keep asking you to speak? Now, she didn't say that in a negative way. My mama loved me and I love her. But I was like, Mama, they really believe in me. This company, they really love me. And so if you're here right now and you're on the fence, I want to welcome you to borrow my faith and borrow the belief that I have for this company. Because today you are in the right place, at the right time, with the right people. And we are here to love and celebrate you because that's what we do here at the Alliance. And the last thing is freedom to dream. Y'all, we're surrounded by the biggest dream builders ever in this world here at the Alliance. So Terry and I was one day talking to Jane at the Sunday social one day at their house. And we were just telling Jane about our dream home and what we wanted, and Terry wanted all this land. And I had told Jane, you know, I had found this neighborhood I liked, and it had the in-ground pool, the tennis court, basketball court, everything for the kids, you know. And Jane looked at me and she was like, Tia, you know you can put all that in your own backyard. Okay, okay, all right. So Habakkuk 2:2 says, write the vision and make it plain. That's what it said. So Terry and I have been writing down our vision, our goals in our journal. And we know that in 2021 that we're going to purchase that dream home. And so on New Year's Day, Terry and I, we had found this house online and we wanted to go look at it. We packed the kids up, went to this house, y'all, and this dream home had every single thing that neighborhood that I wanted, Jane, it has everything in the backyard. So guys, now what we got to do, we got to work. We got to work hard. And so I am committed to working harder, putting in more work. Y'all, because we had a chance to not only look at our dream home, but walk through it, smell it, rub up against it. So this is what you got to do. You got to do the same thing. Write down these goals. Write out what you want. And when you find what you want, go and rub up against it. Go smell the freshness in that carpet. Whether it's a car or whatever it is, go smell it. So y'all, I love you so much. Jane, thank you so much for this time. God bless you all. So now I get the honor of introducing my good friend. She's a beautiful mom and a beautiful wife. So can y'all please stand to your feet and help me welcome Angelica Swindale.
Oh my goodness, hello, good morning. How are you guys? Okay, as Tia said, I'm Jel Swindale. I like to say that I'm direct to my high school sweetheart, Brant Swindale. He's like this tall, you can't miss him. We've been married for about 7.5 years now, and some people are probably looking at me like, wait, aren't you like 10? Olga asks me that all the time. She's like, what are you, like 15? We have a 14.5-month-old little boy, Brightman. We like to call him Brighty. He is, oh my gosh, so freaking cute. I was FaceTiming him this morning, and he was showing me how fast he was eating his French toast that is Mimi made for him. And oh my gosh, I wish I was there with him, but I'm so thankful to be up here with you guys this morning. And as I look around here, I'm in awe, like, of how much this has grown. Brant and I have been with the Alliance for about 6 years now, and I just want to let you know that none of this would be possible without Andy and Jane Albright. They put this together, their dreams, their visions that they had and that they still have. It's amazing, and I just want to give it up for them. If we could just give them a hand. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for speaking into our lives, and we just appreciate all the leaders here that we get to do life with, and just to be shaped and molded by you guys is a huge honor. So thank you so much. I wanted to just kind of go back and share a little backstory, because I don't think I've gotten to share that yet. And my topic is how to live with and love a winner, and I promise I'll tie that in kind of toward the end. But anyways, Brant and I, we got married when I was 18 years old. Okay, people thought we were crazy, and they probably still think we are. You know, shocker. So we moved to Costa Rica right after we got married, and we did mission work with our church, and so we felt called to do that. We felt called to help people, and we had this opportunity to go. So there was like a 7-month internship that we could go on, and we were like, okay, we're going to go. And we did several ministries there. We did mobile feedings. We helped the homeless. We were involved with an orphanage there, and we absolutely loved it. It changed our lives, I think, more than we felt like we changed theirs. It was that impactful for us. And so toward the end of our internship, we had to make the decision, were we going to stay or were we going to go? And our hearts were telling us that we wanted to stay. Like, believe it or not, in the 7 months that we were there, we had become like accustomed to the lifestyle there. Even though we had cold water, we were cooking on a hot plate. You would think we would want to come back to the States. Like, that was something that we'd want to do, but it wasn't about the money. It wasn't about, the comfort. We really just felt like we wanted to be in Costa Rica. But as we were praying about it, we felt a tug on our heart to come back to the States, and we really didn't know why. But, Brant has always told me that, and as we were dating, that God had a plan for us. He had a purpose for us. And even though we were doing mission work and we thought that was it, we loved it. It's not to say that wasn't our bigger purpose, but I think he had to bring us over there to equip us, and we learned a lot. And so when we were praying about it, we felt like we should come back. And so Brant looked me dead in the eyes when we were dating, and we were broke dating. But he looked me dead in the eyes one day. He was taking me home, and he said, I just want to let you know that we're going to be millionaires someday. We're going to change lives, and we are going to impact the kingdom for God, and it's going to be for his glory. And so I just, thank you. At that moment, I've never heard someone talk like that before. And I just looked at him, and something inside me just knew that I needed to trust him and say, okay, like, I believe that. And to have that childlike faith that the Bible and Andy talks about, just have that childlike faith. And so I did, and we moved back, and we did what a lot of people did. We got jobs. And so Brant got a job at Bank of America doing loans, and I got a job as an infant preschool teacher, which I absolutely loved. And so one day, God put it on Brant's heart, like he was in the lunchroom, and he was like, you need to go sit with this one guy. And that guy ended up being Mark Marcellus, who hired us into the business. And so he invited Brant out to a meeting, and so he was like, oh, bring your wife. And I was thinking, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Like, I get to come. I was thinking it was like a board meeting, and I was like getting all ready. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. It was kind of crazy, I guess. But anyways, we went to our first meeting, and Chris Long did the meeting. And we just had prayed before. We're like, God, just give us signs that, whatever this is, that this is going to be like, our future or whatever. And so it really wasn't. At our first meeting, I remember just knowing in my heart we were where we were supposed to be. And to be totally honest, you guys are going to laugh at me, and just to show you how human I am, I didn't know what we did for like the first month. I had no idea what mortgage protection was. I was like 20 years old, I was a kid. I grew up with this business, I feel like. So I really didn't know, but I just had that childlike faith, and I just trusted. So, I knew the person that I married, Brant Swindale, wasn't going to steer us wrong. He's just always had that winner spirit about him. He's one of the sweetest guys you'll ever meet. And it's not to say that he's perfect, because he's not, and neither am I. But that's kind of what I wanted to touch on here was, how do I live with and love a winner? Well, I was talking to Heather last night, and I was like, this is an easy topic to talk about for me because I love Brant, but it's also kind of complicated because Andy has mentioned before that, loving a winner is one of the hardest people to love. Okay, it's no cakewalk, it's not easy, and when I don't want him to go, sometimes he goes. And when I feel like giving up, he fights instead. And when I don't feel like it, he overcomes. And does anybody else feel like that? You know, when sometimes, okay, they do it anyway, and whether you feel like you want them to do it or not. And as I was looking at the definition of a winner and a loser, I found this. Thank you, Gay, for the Google. Google helps. It makes you sound smarter, you know. And I kind of pieced this together. A loser accepts defeat. A winner does not. A winner is a victor, someone who overcomes adversities. And I just was thinking, like, wow, it's a lot easier to love a loser because they just give up and they lay down and they die. But it's not hard to love a winner. Okay, well, maybe they don't die, but their dreams die, let's just say that. But a winner doesn't. They overcome all the adversities, and that's powerful because I have realized over these last 6 years that I need to be on point for my winner. I've made up my mind that I'm in the fight with him, and when he's down, it is not my day to be down, okay? When I feel like, or when he feels like giving up, it is not my day to give up. We all have problems. I've got problems, you've got problems. We probably have a lot of the same problems, okay? I'm human, you're human. But I know that I have to get out of his way and let him do what he needs to do. And when he feels like giving up, that's when I hug him, I tell him I believe in him, I smack him on the booty and tell him it's time to roll. We say booty around here. He's got, yeah, I gotta wear my heels. He's got a family to fight for. He's got me and Brightman to fight for. Who am I to discourage him from that? Ladies, I like to say, when the going gets tough, you keep on going. You ride the wave with us. It's about to get gooder, okay? There is magic in not giving up. And you want to know why? Because when you feel like giving up and you don't, and you feel the power in not giving up, and then you go 5 years down the road and you remember that moment when you felt like giving up and you didn't, and you see where you are, it's amazing to compare. So if you just hang on to that and you just like bottle that up into a feeling that you will remember this in a few years and just be thankful that you didn't, it changes things, and there really is magic in that. And I just want to let you know that I believe in you, Jane and Andy believe in you, these leaders believe in you, and just like me, you can love your winner too. So just don't give up on the same day, okay? Jane talks about this all the time. Her and Andy, they don't give up on the same day, and that is so important. And I'm just so thankful to have gotten to be up here today and talk to you guys a little bit. I wanted to introduce our next speaker. She is a firecracker. I don't know where you're sitting, but okay, I can't really see with all the lights. But anyways, I love you, and you are known for your hashtag millionaire by 30. There you are. Give it up for Miss Jasmine Lightborn. Hey, girl. You're gonna do awesome.
Oh, everybody's notes is up here. Hold on, let me move it. I love it. Woo! Who's fired up today, right? Y'all not making as much noise as they are. Let's make some noise. Who's fired up? Woo! All right, so I am going to be reading these papers to y'all because I don't want to miss a thing because I got a lot, all right? So I'm really happy that I had the opportunity. Where's Jane? Thank you so much for trusting me to be up here. So today, I want you all to realize we're going to have a woman-to-woman conversation. You know, like when you talk to your girlfriend and she kick off her shoes and y'all really talk, we're going to talk today. Okay, so I've been holding this message for 26 years for today for me to be able to talk to you all and give you hope, okay? And I'm going to keep it 100% real. This is no fake news, okay? And I'm giving you the facts. But to give you the magnitude of the situation, this is only about 20% of my life story, okay? So I'm a little light-skinned. So when I introduce people, you know, Andy, I'm always thinking about how Andy talks to us about being coachable. Just follow the system, do what you say. So when I introduce people, I give them the book, like 8 Steps to Success, and I look at them and I say, hey, this is my dad, he wrote this book. And they look at me, and they look back at the book, and they look back at me, and they say, okay, it's possible, right? But so it's super weird for me to say that, because my first meeting with NAA, I remember Chadwick Ray standing on stage and calling Andy his dad. And I'm just like, why is this black man calling this white man his dad? How corny. So to understand why I felt like that, I have to give you a little bit of my background. So I grew up in honestly, an amazing family. People who are creative, musicians, artists, craftsmen, people who can just, you know, like we used to have Sunday dinners and we bring out instruments and we're playing music on pots and pans. That's how much love was in my household. It was our tradition. So at an early age, I grew up with agape love, like displayed all the time, this unconditional love. So I grew up in the ghettos of Miami. Little Haiti, Miami Gardens, Carroll City, the real hood, right? When I take agents to run with me there, I see them looking around. I say, child, I'm home. They ain't gonna do nothing to you, all right? Both of my parents were immigrants, and they came over here. My dad was born in the Bahamas, and my mother was born in Turks and Caicos. And they came over here at a young age, and my dad, he never went to middle school. So he has an elementary school education, and my mother dropped out of high school when she got pregnant with my older sister. And through poor money management, not knowing, no opportunity, I'm gonna stress to you guys how big opportunity is and how you should hold on to it. No opportunity, no guidance. We had to move out of our house, and we lived on my grandmother's back porch. So to give you an example of the back porch, this stage, say about a little bit more over, and probably like to the right end there, 6 of us slept and lived on my grandmother's back porch. We took plywood and boarded up all around, and that's where we stayed. We had a bunk bed and a makeshift dresser that was made out of old kitchen cabinets, okay? So on my grandmother's back porch, no money, so all my clothes were hand-me-downs, and I didn't have friends at all. So I felt like people were nice to me because they pitied me, right? And I was an awkward child. For one, I was in an accident when I was in the 1st grade that knocked my 2 front teeth out. So, and no money, right? I never went to the dentist. So until about 7th or 8th grade, I was missing my 2 front teeth. So low confidence. That struggle, having to struggle with my smile, it started to have body issues, okay? So I was struggling with my weight. And I was a functional bulimic for most of my life. I would eat my food and throw it up almost every day, trying to be beautiful, right? And I struggled with trusting men. My father was a drug addict. Almost all of my life, he was addicted to cocaine. I would see him snorting up cocaine. There was powder all over, everywhere, all the time. I would see him crushing up Oxycodone pills and snorting pills. And living in poverty, all of that. And at the same time, I was sexually abused by 3 different men in my life, one of which was my birth father, Donald Lightborn. So from 7 to 11 years old, my father continuously took my innocence. And when my mother found out, she was hurt, but she chose to stay with him. And for me, as a child, she chose her husband over her children. So for years, I had to suck it up and live with my abusers. We still went to Sunday dinners. We still went to church together 3 times a week. We still laughed together. We still hugged each other. And we continued to say, I love you. So my picture of love was completely distorted. Life continued to move on. So I created a toughness around me. And so heartless is a big thing for me because you can't love a person without a heart, right? So I got a tattoo that says heartless, right? And I did not let people in. So I had these surface level relationships, and for almost 20 years, I have been struggling with being able to connect and talk to people. Let them see my flaws, right? Because everybody wants to be perfect. So coming to the Alliance, I felt an eerie resemblance of the type of love that my family has. And I didn't trust it. I said, these people too happy. Let me get this money and y'all can keep y'all love. I didn't smile and I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't hug nobody. I didn't want to be loved. And I remember the first time Andy saying to me, I love you, I was like, okay, bye. Like, you don't love me, bruh. You don't even know me, right? So, and in my head, I thought, you wouldn't love me if you knew me, right? But what the Alliance did was it gave me a shot. It gave me a real opportunity, okay? So since I've joined the Alliance in the past 5 years, I've been able to lift myself up out of poverty. My eyes have been open not to just what I was told that life should be, but to what life really is, to really know that I can be the author of my fate, okay? So in the past 5 years, with this company, I've made almost $800,000. But you guys, that's money, but money has no comparison to the mental clarity that I've been given. The relationships that I've been given. So a couple weeks ago, I remember sending Jane Hill a long text message. It was like, I am done. I can't stand this. Can I quit for 6 months? These people are getting on my nerves. Oh my gosh, this life of mine, all of this crap. And all she did, she called me. And we were on the phone, and I was just going out, and she let me talk. And I said, this is what happened when you hire somebody like me, because black people don't go to counseling, so you got to hear all of this. Oh my gosh. So what the Alliance has done for me is it's helped me to be able to say that I'm going to spend $40,000 fixing my smile, but being able to smile in the process, right? Andy did a really huge thing for me when he started talking to me. And when I opened up to Andy about my dad, and he didn't try to pull the information out of me. He waited until I was ready to open up. And I remember for months, him and I would speak to each other 3 to 5 times a week for almost 30 to 45, sometimes an hour and a half. When someone is making that much money, time matters, okay? And it showed me how much he cared. But the biggest thing was when he was talking, I was listening. I wasn't trying to tell my version of the story. I was being coachable because I knew I don't know nothing at all, and I need to be taught. And I felt like so many people in my life had failed me. They saw me suffering internally and looked away, saying to themselves, her pain is not my problem. I even remember someone saying to me, well, I knew that you were being sexually abused, but I prayed about it because it wasn't my place. And the Alliance, what Andy did was he saw my pain, he said it was his problem, and he took action on it. He worked and gained my trust when I was an absolute nobody. And he didn't try to change me. He told me to be myself and let the change come on itself. I've broken the rules for little girls like me, right? I've flown on private jets, right? More than 7 times. I've gone over 20 trips to experience things outside of the country, France, Spain, Italy. I've ridden in gondolas in Italy. We've gone to Hawaii. I've climbed mountains. There ain't no mountains in Miami, y'all, okay? I saw snow. Oh my gosh. Listen, for y'all North people, y'all say y'all can have as much as you want. We don't get anything in South Florida, okay? I've eaten meals where the bill was over $5,000 and I watched Andy pay the bill without blinking an eye. And I was like, oh yeah, I can stay here. They got good food, right? I've made friends. I've stayed at over 25 people in this organization. Some of you, I've stayed at your houses and you've given me your beds to sleep in. But most of all, what the Alliance has given me is the opportunity to forgive. I forgive every day. And I'm getting used to being able to being loved by people. I'm able to say, Daddy, I forgive you. Mom, I forgive you. People who watched by and saw me suffer, I forgive you. And what I know now is that I'm unlimited. I am absolutely unlimited because I will not quit. I will push beyond to keep moving, to keep inspiring, so I can live in eternity knowing that I helped to change millions of lives just like Andy and Jane Albright. So, child, with hair like this, and skin like this, and a background like mine, I can still shine. What you're going through is not too hard. What you are going through is not too hard. I beg of you, don't give up. I beg of you, keep pushing. Because your story is what's going to bring one more person. You overcoming is what's going to bring one more person. You being able to push forward and be vulnerable and be coachable is what's going to help this organization to build, to change the lives of all the Jasmine Lightborns out there. So, I love you guys so much. And if you knew me before, I wouldn't be telling y'all that I love y'all. The Alliance has put the light back in the Lightborn, okay? And I love you guys and I appreciate you. So the next lady that I'm going to bring up is Beth Cats. And about 2 years ago, or a year ago, I got the opportunity to do a meeting in Wilmington, and I stayed with Adam and Beth Cats at their house. I was like, why these people love on each other so much? Like, their kids was hugging them before they went to bed. Like, I was like, okay, Jasmine, you are really dysfunctional. Time to read another book. Like, but I saw so much love with Adam and Beth, how they loved on their kids, and they just showed them so, and they loved on me, right? So guys, help me get to your feet and welcome Miss Beth Cats!
Anybody realizing you didn't pack enough tissues? Get my mind right, Noel. Get my right. So I was walking through Target this past week, and I see this kid walking down the aisle, and he has a sweatshirt on that says Triton Hawks. And that doesn't mean anything to anybody out here. It just happens to be that was where I taught school for 6.5 years. And so I stopped and talked to him for a second. And he asked when I was there, and I told him my years. Discovered that, well, that kind of sent me onto the website, you know, because you got to go Google everything. Like, none of the teachers that I taught with are still there. I have a former student who is in his 20th year of teaching. I stopped teaching 2 days before Sarah was born. She turned 21. This mom was feeling old. But we got new life here at the Alliance. We ain't done yet. You know, so it kind of like that sending you back down memory lane and thinking about what your life could have been if you'd stayed in that same rut that you had been in for a while. And thank goodness we met Andy and Jane along the way very early in that journey. And so they have shaped our lives forever. But I started thinking about this idea of all in. And realizing that we're all making choices to go in on something. And you are, every time you get up, you're pushing your life. You're pushing your moments into the middle of the table. Like if you ever watch anything on, what's this poker thing that they like to watch sometimes, World Series Poker, and they push their chips in. Well, you're pushing your moments in. But what hand are you betting on? What hand are you betting on? All in is about becoming who you are meant to become. And for Adam and me, we have decided that we are all in no matter what. Okay, so Adam and I will be celebrating 28 years of marriage. Whoa. And I think back to the day I got married, and we're getting ready to go to the ceremony, and I'm walking out of my parents' house, and in their foyer, they have a big oval mirror, and I remember stopping intentionally at that mirror and looking at myself and going, are you okay with what you're about to do? And I looked at it and I said, yes, right? And so we went and we had a ceremony, and with some words, we said I do, and now I became a wife. Like you say I do, and now you're not single, now you are a wife. In that moment, you have become. Right? But how many of you all realize that what you thought being a wife meant at that moment ain't exactly what life is all about? And that you've spent the rest of your days becoming that wife. You said, I do, you're a wife. Now you spend all this time becoming a wife. And so, you know, if you're thinking about your marriage down the road, it's like, okay, well, I learned how to cook his favorite recipe. Or order his favorite takeout. Okay. And then you, like, everybody has a love language. If you haven't read the book 5 Love Languages, you know, you're probably not speaking the same language as your husband. You got to learn a foreign language. Go get the book. You're becoming. So, all right, this is a confession moment. My confessions aren't quite like some of the others we've seen today, but can I just be real in that I'm not good about making up my bed every day? And I know successful people make up their bed first thing in the morning. They never miss it. It defines who you are. So when I make up my bed, I am doing the victory strut. I have accomplished something. I am changing the world. Then Tim and Gay get around here, and Tim starts talking about, you know what? It just means the world to me when Gay takes all those pillows off the bed, and I don't have to pull back the covers. And Adam comes home and goes, you know what? I really like what Tim said. Turns out what I've been priding myself on, now I got to go unmake so Adam will be happy, right? It's that process of becoming. In the little silly things like that, and in the way bigger things as well. It's the process of becoming. And that's okay. It's okay that it's a process. It's okay that the essence of all in is becoming that person. That person that I believe God put inside of you. And when he made you and you were fearfully and wonderfully made, he knew all the lives you could change. He knew all the impact you could make. He knew all the legacy that he had designed for you to share. All in, I hope this weekend that you'll decide to be all in. And all in is a decision that you make and a process that you live. You're going to be all in when you decide you're all in, and then you're going to become that all in person. So, I thought I would share with you a few things about what being all in looks like. Y'all ready? All in is controlling the controllables. Controlling the controllables. And it's been mentioned several times today. The only things we can control are what we think and what we do. And I was sitting in our premarital counseling, and the minister's name was Charlie. And Charlie was like, I need y'all to understand that you can't make each other happy. He's like, if Sheila comes home and she's had a bad day, I can't change her bad mood. I can do things she likes. I can love on her. I can encourage her. But until she's ready to change her opinion, she'll stay miserable. And I can go back, and I'm sitting in his office, and I just kind of bristled at that. I'm like, oh, I can change Adam. He can change me. But you know what? He's right. I can't change how Adam is feeling. I can do the things I'm supposed to do as a wife and an encourager and a supporter, but I can't change until he's got to be ready to change. He's got to be ready to change. And I've got to be ready to change in the same way. A defining moment in our business, because those of you who, well, we're that crock pot story. We aren't going to make Instapot stories about Adam and Beth, but we are the crock pot. And so we struggled, and we kept getting back up, and we struggled, and we got back up. And the defining moment came when Andy said, Adam, if you will count the number of phone calls you make, everything else will take care of itself. And so that became this defining point for us. I didn't ask how the sales go, how many recruits we got this week. It wasn't that. It was like, how's your phone calls coming, right? And he would come in and he goes, whoo, I made, another haystack down. I've made my dials this week. And the process took care of itself. But when he started controlling what he could control, because you can't control who's home, you can't control who buys, but you can control how much you do. And that will change your world. All right. All in is stretching outside your comfort zone. And Andy said I could go old school in this talk, so I'm going to go old school because we've been with Andy and Jane just about as long as we've been married. And so we did some other things before we came to the Alliance. And so in that setting, there was an opportunity for us ladies to kind of get together and do a in-home party, right? And this is like so outside of my comfort zone. Cannot do it. But Jane's like, yeah, let's do a party. You and I'll go do it together. Find someone to have it, and we'll go do it. And I said, okay, because Jane's going to do it, and Jane's good, and Jane will take care of everything. The day before the party, I got a phone call. Hey, Beth, Andy really needs me tomorrow night, so I'm not going to be able to go, but I know you are capable, and it's going to be awesome. She also told me, got to put on big girl britches sometimes. So, shaking, fearful, horrified, fish out of water, had no clue what I was doing. I went and did, and I survived. Then I get home, because she's like, call me and let me know how it goes. And this was before the days of cell phones, so I had to drive back home and then call. And I'm like telling her, she's like, oh, I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. By the way, I'm going to tell you something. Andy didn't really need me tonight. But it was time for the little birdie to fly out of the nest. Still love her. Didn't at that moment. The all-in person looks for ways to get uncomfortable, and it's okay that you are uncomfortable. All in is understanding that this is a process and enjoying the process. Y'all, can you see that like everybody read my notes ahead of time? But 27 years of watching Andy, one of the things I have learned from him is to enjoy the journey. And I haven't seen anybody who can push my thought process, make me dream bigger, make me see more than watching Andy and Jane. But when we were flying up to see Noel, and we're on the plane, and it's the four of us, and we're taking off, and Andy was the giddy little boy. I mean, he's just like, we're taking off. And he is looking out the window like he had never been on a plane before. And he's like, it never gets old. Like, he was so excited to be in that moment. And yeah, he's already figured out what he wants his next plane to be, right? It's going to be long and it's going to be hard, but it is going to be worth it. All right. I got to move. All in is trusting. All in is trusting the vision of what the Alliance can do for you. I am so thankful that Andy is forward thinking. I am so thankful that when we had one insurance company and Andy said we needed to add more, and I'm like, no, because that one company's been good. Like, we're actually getting paid. Like, this is good. Oh, we aren't going to mess that up. And then Andy created more companies for us to be a part of, and then that first company couldn't do any more business with us. Like, had he not been thinking about us, where would we be? I love that vision. I love this team of people that allows me to be vulnerable, that will listen to my snotty nose crying and still love me anyway. The closer we will align our hearts as a team, the faster we will move. Speed of trust. All right, Noel, I still didn't get to talk about paragliding, but it's okay. Because this is your moment. This is your moment to go all in and to invest in your life with a group of people that has your back, a group of people that has your heart, a group of people that sees more in you than you can possibly see in yourself right now, and we want to help bring that out of you. This is a team worth fighting for. You're in the right place, the right time, with the right group of people. All right. So I get to bring up the next speaker. and I was given instructions on what to say. I'm not going to follow it exactly. Here's what I want you to know. She'll tell you she's not perfect, but I want you to know that she's perfect for me, and she's perfect for the Alliance. Jane Albright. Thank you. I really think I could just go, amen, and we be done. Or better yet, I could just take all these notes that they didn't get to read and read them. But I want y'all to see my pretty Target notebook. We love Target. But anyway, a little bit of housekeeping before I start, because when I finish, I know everybody wants to meet everybody, and we want to meet everybody. But we need to get out of this area pretty quick, because this is where you're going to need to come back and eat. So when I finish, I'm just going to ask if you'll leave the silverware and any unopened waters on the table, and then take your trash with you and kind of make it look like it can be a good lunch spot for somebody to sit down. Kind of like it looked when we got here before we destroyed it. And then if you'll look in the center of your table, you should see a key. Did I not bring my key up? I got my key. And if you'll grab a key, this is key to my talk. I like visuals and something that you can take with you. And if there are not enough keys on the table, there'll be some in the back of the room for you to get later. And I'm like Jasmine, I'm going to read mine too. I spent a lot of time typing them up, so I don't want to miss anything. But my topic of my title is You Have the Key. And literally, each of you do have the key. You're just going to find out today what it's for. So I think that I've done a lot of hard things in my life. I mean, I've worked in tobacco fields. Some of you don't even know what that is. Some of you do. It's hot, it's nasty, it's sticky, it stinks. I completed graduate school. I think that was pretty hard, because I did that when I was working full time. I think that was pretty hard. I've given birth twice. I think that was pretty hard. I mean, the end results were pretty amazing, but the process was pretty dang hard. And they're not kids anymore. They're kind of adults. One just walked in the room. Thank you, Haley. I think talking to y'all is hard. Yeah, I mean, it seems easy when you're sitting out there listening, but to us who are up here looking at y'all, it's not easy. It's hard. But I think probably one of the hardest things I've done is living with a winner. I think y'all kind of know the guy. He's the one that's 24/7 on fire, hell-bent, I'm going to make it no matter what kind of guy. So for those of you who don't know, I am Andy's wife. For that, I am grateful, because I got to thinking about it. You know, I could be married to a beer-slugging, recliner-hugging, potato-chip-eating, non-dreaming, no-good-for-nothing kind of man. But instead, I am married to your leader, the CEO of National Agents Alliance. Some of you, your boss. Some of you, your daddy. But to all of you, your friend. Today, I've given you a key to keep as a visual reminder that you can unlock the potential to anything that you want. You have the key, the Alliance. There are a few things that I personally think that you can do to unlock the magic. And this weekend is going to be magical. You saw that last night. I'm going to give you 7 little tidbits that I think will work. The first thing is commitment. What are you really committed to? Think about it. Just think for a minute. If you had to write down 3 things right now that you're committed to, what are they? I'm committed to my faith, my family, my children, and to you.
Commit today to a better yesterday. Commit to making a dream come true. And some of you are sitting out there and you're thinking, I don't have any dreams anymore. Then get around someone who does have a dream. When we first started this business, my dream was to be able to check out at the grocery store with the credit card, because there was no money in checking to write a check for groceries, and for the lady at the checkout to tell me that the credit card had not been declined. So your dreams do not have to be that big to start out with. Some of your dreams can be as simple as having more money than month. Some of your dreams can be that you can read the restaurant menus from right to left instead of left to right, like Jasmine talking about Andy paying the bill. We took Spencer out this week for his 21st birthday, and Andy, of course, graciously picked up our bill, and we had dinner at Ruth Chris, and we ordered, I think, just about everything on the menu, and it was all delicious. Some of your dreams may be fine cars. When I was thinking about a car, I just always wanted a car that would start every time, or sometimes one that would cut off. You know, sometimes they won't turn off. Some of you, it may be multiple cars. You know, Andy has this thing about he needs more than one car, and half the time he don't know where they are. Sometimes it can be as simple of a dream as having heat when it's cold and air when it's hot. Sometimes it can be as simple as a dream as when you move into an old home that your septic tank doesn't back up in your shower. It's pretty nasty. And as all of you know, if your dream isn't big enough, Andy's dream right now is big enough for yours to fit inside of it until you can figure yours out. You can commit to a life of dreams coming true. You have the key, the alliance. The second thing I think you can commit to is an open mind. If y'all haven't figured it out yet, this ain't your granddaddy's insurance company. It's different. It is unique. We kind of like each other, which is unusual. We don't mind helping each other without monetary benefit, which is unusual. We don't expect money in return for helping you, and that's kind of unusual because, you know, even your family kind of expects money from you sometime for no returns, you know. So it is different. So keep an open mind. It is a very unique business. We do have values and behaviors that we expect, but we also have an amazing team of people who are willing to help you. You can become part of this family too. You have the key. You have the alliance. The third thing that I think you need to develop is persistence. You just gotta keep going, even when you don't want to. When it hurts, when it feels good, when it feels bad, when you're tired, when you're sad, when you just plain old don't want to. When you've been knocked down, you're going to get knocked down again. That's life. I'm sorry to tell you, but that's the truth. But in fact, you need to just get back up and change those end results. If I had told you all the times that these leaders had been knocked back down, you'd be in shock. But what I can tell you is that every time they got knocked back down, they got right back up. It was because they were persistent. They kept going. Persistence is that thing that gets you back up, puts you on your feet, turns you around, dusts yourself off, and starts all over again. And you will hear the Goads sing about that this weekend. You can get back up, my friends. You have the key. You have the alliance. The fourth thing is your faith. Whether you believe like we believe, you believe in something. We've all heard that everything happens for a reason. The hardest thing about that is waiting for that reason to come along. That's where you need the faith. For me, faith is F-A-I-T-H, for those of you who have trouble spelling. I say it is forget all, I trust Him. It's a deep, embedded belief that you are going to make it. No matter how bad or how good, you will survive. Have faith. You are going to be okay. You have the key. You have the alliance. Number 5, thankfulness. Gratitude can transform common days into Thanksgiving, routine jobs into joy, ordinary opportunities into blessings. A moment of gratitude makes a difference in your attitude. If you picked your neighbor right now and decided to have a woe and worry session for 5 minutes, I could almost bet you the amount of money in my wallet, and it's pretty much today, because I think Andy's going to ask me for a loan to go to Vegas. So I have some money in my wallet. If you exchanged woes and worries with your neighbors, I bet you would keep yours and not take theirs. We all got stuff. Beth's got stuff. Heather's got stuff. Jill's got stuff. Tamar's got stuff. Gay's got stuff. Brittany's got stuff. Angie's got stuff. Debbie Ben's got stuff. Y'all, we all got stuff. I'm going to keep my stuff. You keep your stuff. But you know what we all got? We all got a key. We all have the alliance. Be grateful for where you are, but more so, be grateful for where you can go. You have the key. Your future is promising. Number 6, and this is a hard one, discipline. Like Andy often says, the hardest thing to do in this business is to master the mundane, the boring. It's doing the do over and over, day in, day out, night after night, month after month, year after year, setback after setback, backstab after backstab, but yet victory after victory. Success is often the greatest revenge. Don't give up. We are here for 3 reasons. We believed in a higher power, our discipline, and we did not quit. You can be here too. We love big families. You're welcome. You have the key, the alliance. The last thing that I think that you can do is you can do and dare. The person who gets the farthest is generally the one who is willing to do and dare. The sure thing boat never gets far from the shore, and that's a Dale Carnegie statement. The alliance is where it is today because Andy is a doer and he ain't scared to take a chance. He took chances on building a system that you could successfully duplicate. He took chances on creating a lead system for you to have access to. He took chances on investing in a convention center. He takes chances every day on investing on new ways to help you grow your business and thrive, thus the new art system. Why don't you take a chance on yourself? Dare to plug into a system that works. Do the do. You have the key, the alliance. There's a lady called Brittany Latham, and this is, I think she can best sum it up like this. For the woman out there who isn't 100% sure why she's even here this weekend, for the woman who leads from the front when she even feels lost, for the woman who's raising a kid as a single mom and doesn't even know if the utilities will be on when she gets home, for the woman who's gone through in vitro fertilization and tried for years to start a family and still hasn't been able to, but yet will show up for every baby shower of every friend. For the woman out there who still refuses to forgive herself for that abortion she had years ago. For the woman who has a line of judging eyes blaring at her as she counts coins and puts something back at the grocery store. For the woman who lives with anxiety because nobody could possibly understand what she could be stressed about. For the woman who gives to her family day in and day out and just simply needs a break. For the woman that smiles at strangers all day long in public but weeps silently every night by herself. For the woman who overheard the rumor about herself in the back of the room just today. For the woman who loves with all her heart, that desperately just wants to be loved. For the woman who cries in the shower, and somebody just talked about this, so nobody else can see her, because if she isn't strong, nobody is. Just because the water washes your tears doesn't mean you don't cry. I'm getting snotty, Noel. Just because you cry doesn't mean you're not strong enough to handle it. My friend, I am you. I see you. I am with you. I cry with you. But today, you have the key. We have the key. You can change all of this. We can change all of this. We have the alliance. We love big families. We have room. Come join us. You are welcome here. And tidy up and get on the other side of the ropes.